we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member from Cape Breton, Canso.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to rise in the House today to recognize a constituent of mine who has received the Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence. Margaret Burke began her career as an early childhood educator in 1978 and has since been caring for little ones in her community ever since. Margaret trailblazed to create accessible and accommodating learning spaces for children of all abilities. This was particularly impactful during the early years of her work, as during this period, many complex learning needs were unaddressed. In the words of her colleague, Margaret is a true leader in her field and continues to inspire us with her passion and her commitment to the children and families in Glace Bay and beyond. With that, on behalf of my constituents in Cape Breton, Canso, I extend my heartfelt congratulations again to Margaret Burke on this Award of Teaching Excellence.
The honourable member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, this year we celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Canadian Air Force, a century of dedication, bravery, and excellence in the skies. At the heart of this legacy stands CFB Trenton, this year celebrating its 93rd anniversary. This year, their spectacular air show not only showcases our advanced aircraft and skilled pilots, but also symbolizes the spirit and the strength of our Air Force. At 93 years old, CFB 8-Wing Trenton is more than just a base. It's a cornerstone of our national defense, a strategic hub with global significance. From humanitarian missions of critical operations, its role in supporting both domestic and international efforts is unparalleled. Our men and women at Trenton exemplify the commitment and capability to define our Air Force, ensuring peace and security in an ever-increasing world. It's not just the members, it's also the families of the members and the military families who serve alongside them. Here's to another century of the Royal Canadian Air Force. Let's give a hand to our men and women in the military.
The honourable member from Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Rotary Club of Surrey Newton, founded under the presidency of Harjinder Singh Thind, embodies the spirit of community service. Recently, at the Grand Taj Park Convention Centre, the club held a successful gala event which succeeded fundraising goals and drew significant community support. Under the guidance of current co-presidents Nimi Dawla and Dr. Sukhbir Kang, incoming President Dr. Sarvjit Romana, and Treasurer Bindi Jassal, the event's success highlights the club's strong leadership and civic engagement. The funds raised will support various projects and initiatives reflecting the club's ongoing commitment to making a positive impact in our community. I want to thank all the members of the Rotary Club for their unwavering dedication to building a better and more inclusive community for residents of Surrey Newton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
The honourable member for Beauport, Beaupré, Irlande and Charlevoix. It was at the raising of the traps off Fleurion on May 27th. A rogue wave capsized the Malbaie Star. What could have been the worst maritime tragedy in a long time in the St. Lawrence was averted thanks to Maxime Boulet. 4 of the 5 sailors ended up under the ship, and only Maxime managed to hold on to the upside-down hull. Numb from the freezing water, he dialed 911 and managed to call the nearest boat, Steve Boulet's. Then, one by one, he managed to bring his 4 colleagues back onto the hull and keep them out of the water with him. 20 minutes later, Steve Boulet's boat and crew brought them back to the dock. Shocked, some of them didn't want to set sail again. But they are all alive. The entire Bloc Québécois team would like to pay tribute to Maxime for his mental strength and courage. Without him, 4 Quebec sailors would be missing today. Bravo, and thank you, Maxime Boulet. The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Today, I'd like to pay tribute to one of Laval's great builders, Mr. Robert Plante, president of R&R Plante, who was also a city councillor for the Laurier-des-Bois sector of Fabreville in Laval for 25 years. His family business was founded in 1957 by Mr. Robert Plante and his wife, Rita Robitaille. Together, they have built thousands of single-family homes and rental buildings in Laval. His company holds the Palme Diamant Award from the Home Builders Association of Quebec, representing more than 25 years of excellence in customer service. Now is the time for Mr. Plante and Mrs. Robitaille, who sadly passed away on April 15th at the age of 90, to hand over the company to the new owners after 68 years of loyal service. The family will continue to perpetuate the company's excellence as a tribute to their very committed parents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years meddling in Quebec's jurisdiction, the Liberals are doing it again. Once again, they are taking it out on forestry workers, as they tend to do. We heard that the Environment Minister from the Plateau Montréal does not understand what's going on in the regions, did not go to the Saguenay region to meet with people in the industry. All he has done has imposed a radical decree that will be disastrous for the forestry industry. It is an essential sector. We're talking about 30,000 jobs and paychecks. My leader says no to the decree. Enough. No more radical decrees like that. And what's worse, they want to get involved in the Quebec's jurisdiction when it comes to the caribou. The Bloc member from Matane says that. So that's why the common sense Conservatives will always protect forestry workers and their paychecks so that they can continue to do their job and feed their families. The honourable member of Vimy.
I rise today to urge the Government of Canada to purchase the National Field of Honour Military Cemetery in Pointe-Claire, Quebec, where 22,500 Canadians and Allied veterans are laid to rest. It is Canada's largest military cemetery and a national historic site, and under the care and responsibility of the non-profit Last Post Fund, which is quickly running out of funds. Un financement temporaire.
Temporary funding is a short-term solution. We need permanent solutions.
Because it maintains the site in perpetuity, demonstrates a commitment to veterans and families, preserves national and international honor. We can show support by signing petition E4984, which has already been signed by hundreds, including former federal and provincial ministers, former Governor General, and the Chief of the Armed Forces. Assurons-nous que ceux-ci...
Let's make sure that the symbol of our national pride is respected by all Canadians and stays.
The honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour a distinguished diplomat, an accomplished historian, a great Irishman, and most of all, a wonderful friend to Canada. His Excellency Dr. Eamon McKee and his wife Mary McGillis McKee came to Canada 4 years ago. For anyone else coming during a pandemic would have caused many hardships to make a mark. For Eamon, he dove into what he called a journey of discovery, discovering the rich shared heritage between our two countries. Eamon has greatly contributed to increased trade, business, and strengthening our ties, as any accomplished diplomat does. We have all celebrated those ties with him during Irish Nights on the Hill, Irish Heritage Month, and with many visits by Irish leaders. However, his historical research and exploration have unearthed the depth of the Irish contribution to Canada. In short, he has taught us about ourselves over and over again. Thank you, Eamon and Mary, for your contributions in furthering this fantastic relationship, but most of all, for your friendship.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, Who's Randy? The Minister of Employment has a 50% stake in a shady company. Someone from the company named Randy is implicated in a $500,000 fraud. The minister says he's not that Randy. Yet, incredibly, for the past 2 weeks, he's been unable to identify who that other Randy is. Global News can't find him, and the company's COO conveniently can't recall his name. There is no trace of him. We're talking about a 5-person company. If there were another Randy, it wouldn't be so difficult to find this individual. Everyone knows who Randy is. It's the Minister of Employment. The minister is implicated in a $500,000 fraud. He broke the Conflict of Interest Act, and he needs to face the consequences.
Hear, hear, hear. The honourable member from Waterloo.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to represent the people of the riding of Waterloo here in the House of Commons.
In Ottawa, or when constituents visit me to advocate on the behalf of organizations and issues of importance to them, as well as to discover Parliament Hill and our House of Commons. Today I rise to personally thank everyone who helps to make these experiences even more memorable, including the Sergeant-at-Arms, Pat McDonnell, and his entire team, the Parliamentary Protective Service officers, pages, interpreters, parking, bus, and food service teams, and the amazing crews at the Parliamentary Restaurant and cafeterias. I also share my appreciation with Clara, Allison, Nikki, Josh, Seraphia, and Catherine. Mr. Speaker, on countless occasions, colleagues have taken the time to exchange a hello or to pose for a picture with my guests. To me, these remain some of the best moments on Parliament Hill, and I am grateful. On behalf of the constituents of the riding of Waterloo, thank you to all who work on the Hill. Your kindness is both noticed and appreciated, and we wish everyone a safe and happy summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, this government is not worth the cost or the corruption. Yesterday, the RCMP confirmed that there are not just one, but numerous investigations into the Prime Minister's Arrive scam. It was also disclosed that there are more than 6 ongoing investigations related to the Arrive scam fraud and shady government contracting. The app, which could have been built over a weekend for a mere $200,000, instead ballooned into a $60 million disaster built on corrupt practices, mismanagement, and a blatant disregard for taxpayer money. The RCMP should be interviewing everyone as part of their mandate, including the Prime Minister, his ministers, and all government officials involved. Canadians deserve to know how deep this Liberal rot really is. Conservatives will continue to demand transparency, expose criminality, and show Canadians why it is time for common-sense Conservatives to lead this country.
The honourable member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, yesterday Food Banks Canada released a report that under this Liberal government, Canadians are living in poverty. It has risen from 1 in 10 to now 1 in 4. That's nearly 6 million more Canadians than is reflected in Stats Canada's most recent poverty rate data. If you're Indigenous, it's worse still, with 1 in 3 living in poverty. According to the MDI, a poverty metric that's widely used in Europe, 30% of 18 to 30-year-olds, 44.5% of single-parent households, and 42% of renters can't afford 2 or more household essentials. The Liberal government's own carbon tax data shows that the scheme costs every household in Canada almost $2,000 and has deprived the country of $30.5 billion in lost economic activity. While the Liberals raise taxes, more and more Canadians are falling into poverty. The Minister of the Environment is not worth the cost. When will he resign?
Hear, hear, hear. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I pay tribute to my sister Sylvie, gone too soon at the age of 67. She is a woman of heart who cherished her family and was full of love. She devoted 37 years of her life to the Library of Parliament. To her husband, Frank, she was a passionate lover. To her daughter, Giovanna, an unrivaled confidant. And to her granddaughter, Giada, an unconditional confidant. Sylvie was my number one supporter, Mr. Speaker. She was always there for the good times and also for the harder times. She was an inseparable companion to her brothers, and one of whom was in politics and the other one was in business. She was more than a sister. She was a loving mother. She was a devoted grandmother, and she was a pillar for the entire family. She was a champion of electoral campaigns, and she demonstrated leadership with the volunteers. I love you, dear sister. You will be in my thoughts always. Your memory and your being will be with us forever. Please say hello to Mom, Dad, and my other two sisters who are in heaven. We miss you terribly, but your spirit guides us every day. Rest in peace, dear sister.
Toutes nos condoléances.
Our deepest condolences.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, June is Indigenous History Month, a time to celebrate the peoples whose land we call Canada. As settlers on Turtle Island, it is our job to stand up and attest to the genocide perpetrated by Canada against Indigenous peoples. It is our job to acknowledge the truth. It is our job to seek reconciliation. But Indigenous History Month is not just about the past. It is also about right now, today and tomorrow, and every day to come. Today, right now, Indigenous people are sleeping on the street or in an encampment if they are lucky and the police have not come to tear down their homes. There will be celebrations. Like me, there must also be a reckoning, a recognition not only of the genocide of the past, but of the racist systems and institutions that we have designed and built that persist still today to destroy Indigenous peoples. Yes.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly, Mr. Speaker. In a few days, Quebec will celebrate itself in all of its pride, in its song, and its dance, and its words, in a tribute to Jean-Pierre Ferland and Carl Tremblay, who have no longer among us. Let us celebrate those who have added to the diversity of a French-speaking nation in the Americas for over 400 years. We have been a force for thousands of years, thanks to the Indigenous people as well. Let us celebrate this nation full of heart, which is also full of solidarity and is a welcoming nation. Let us celebrate the French language, the language that unites us the more we speak it. And let us live together and celebrate together. Let us celebrate our Quebec. It is a country of the future, and let us say to ourselves with a smile that this is truly a national celebration. Happy birthday, Quebec.
The honourable member from Edmonton, Mill Woods.
Last week, when the Edmonton Oilers were down by 3 games, just 1 game away from elimination, many people wrote them off. But Oilers fans across the country knew it wasn't over yet. A hard-fought win in Game 4, and last night, the Oilers pulled off another victory and dragged the Panthers all the way back to Alberta. This team is firing on all cylinders. Edmonton-born Stuart Skinner, who played with the Southside Athletics in my riding, has been phenomenal in net. And on the third line, stepping up with Connor Brown, getting a crucial shorthanded goal when they needed it. And of course, team captain Connor McDavid is setting all new points records. And now the Stanley Cup Final is back in Edmonton for Game 6. Let's bring it home.
Go, Edmonton, go. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
I rise today to talk about women's health and the need for a greater understanding of how injury and disease presents and is treated in the female body. And I do so following my own experience after suffering a concussion. Reviews have shown that as little as 7% of the studies on brain injuries take into account gender differences and how women are impacted. I understand that women's bodies are more complex in a number of ways, Mr. Speaker, but this is the anatomy of 51% of the population. Accounting for gender differences in healthcare is the next frontier. After gender parity, after pay equity, after the Me Too movement, this is where we are going. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I am recovering from a concussion. This was a difficult experience, but I learned an awful lot. And I would like to speak to my constituents, my colleagues as well, all of those who shared their stories with me. It is thanks to you that I have learned to accept my own vulnerability. After all, our vulnerability is an integral part of our humanity. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you all.
Questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, this parliamentary session, we once again saw that everything in Canada is broken. Housing costs have doubled. Millions of Canadians are going to food banks. 25% of Canadians, a record level, are living in poverty after 9 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, with the support of the Bloc Québécois. Is this Prime Minister going to force Canadians to suffer for another 18 months of this hell? Or will he call elections right now so that Canadians can elect a government that will cut taxes, build housing, fix the budget, and stop the crime? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the leader of the Conservative Party really cared about the affordability crisis, he would support our dental care plan for seniors and youth. He would be helping us to support 400,000 children a year so that they can access school food programs. He would be supporting our measures to make more childcare spots available. He would be supporting our ambitious plan to increase housing and densification. But instead, he's playing petty partisan games instead of delivering for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, we've already seen what these policies are like for 9 years. They are causing the poverty and problems that I talked about earlier. And now he wants to force Quebec to shut down the forestry sector. We learned from the Quebec Natural Resources Ministry that this may kill up to 30,000 jobs, but the Bloc Québécois doesn't have a single word to say against it. Will this Prime Minister put an end to this radical decree so that we can save the jobs of 30,000 Quebec workers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, unlike the leader of the Conservative Party, Quebecers know very well that the only way to build a stronger future is by protecting both the economy and the environment at the same time. That is how we will create a more prosperous future for Quebecers and all Canadians. But once again, we see that the Conservative Party has an anti-environmental approach. We will continue to work with the government of Quebec. We will continue to work hard to protect forestry jobs and to protect caribou. That is what people expect from a responsible government.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What this session of Parliament taught us is that after 9 years of this Prime Minister, everything is broken. 25% of Canadians are now living in poverty. 2 million lined up at food banks. 38% more people are homeless. Housing costs have doubled. It wasn't like this before this Prime Minister, and it won't be like this after he's gone. Will he put us through another year and a half of this costly hell, or will he call a carbon tax election today so we can elect a common-sense government to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition actually cared more about Canadians than he does about his own political interests, he'd be supporting the 400,000 kids we're going to help with the National School Food Program. He'd be voting in favor, instead of opposing at every turn, the dental care program that has already helped over 200,000 seniors and will now, as of next week, start helping young people and Canadians with disabilities. He'd be standing with us on expanding childcare spaces instead of campaigning against it. But, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't care about Canadians. He cares only about himself.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, these are the same promises that he's been making for 9 years. And instead of the theoretical utopia that he's promised, what Canadians are living through is hell, with tent cities popping up across the country in places they never existed before, with 2 million people lined up in food banks, 1 in 10 Torontonians included in that number, in a town where right now it is impossible for almost anyone to afford a home, and there are 256 tent cities. Why won't he recognize that these are the very real consequence of his policy of wackonomics?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as part of our plan to invest the most ambitious housing plan this country has ever seen, to invest in supports for seniors, supports for young people, supports for Canadians with disabilities, the Conservative leader is choosing to demonstrate what everyone knows Conservative parties do, which is protect the wealthiest and let everyone else fend for themselves. While we are asking the wealthiest Canadians to pay a little bit more by raising the capital gains inclusion rate for anyone making over $250,000 in a given year on selling properties, he's standing with the wealthiest, not with the middle class and people working hard to join it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the middle class doesn't exist after 9 years of this Prime Minister. Here are the facts. 76% of young people believe they'll never afford a home. 38% more homeless people. 256 homeless encampments in Toronto alone. 2 million people lined up at a food bank. 1 in 4 Canadians skipping meals because they can't afford the price of food. Is this what he meant when he said sunny ways for the middle class?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen throughout this session and indeed throughout his career, covering more than 19 years as a parliamentarian, that the Leader of the Conservative Party is very quick to use sound bites that use Canadians, that exacerbate and exaggerate and indeed amplify the real concerns people are facing, but he is nowhere on solutions for them. He's standing against dental care, against pharmacare, against investments in the middle class and people working hard to join it, against investments to create jobs and a future for Canadians, because all he cares about is himself and his future.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, according to Canada Post, you don't actually need to speak French to deliver mail or to sort it. They say that mail delivery people don't talk to anyone. Apparently, they don't chat with their colleagues at work. Apparently, they don't chat with people they're delivering mail to. Will the Prime Minister ask Canada Post to insist that its employees in Quebec actually speak French? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has always been there to defend official languages in Canada. And in fact, we were the first federal government to recognize that we have a specific responsibility to protect French, including in Quebec. And that's why we will continue to ensure that the Official Languages Act is respected throughout the country, including in federal institutions like Canada Post. We will follow up on this issue because it is important to ensure that we're always standing up for our 2 official languages everywhere in Canada. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, Mr. Speaker, This Liberal government says one thing in public about French. In fact, the type of announcements this government likes to make about French remind me more of Molière than Shakespeare. They're not serious because ultimately, in reality, this Liberal government is seeing French decline everywhere, and it invests in English, in supporting English. Does this Prime Minister recognize that his policies are actually harming French? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand that all the Bloc Québécois wants is to pick fights about identitarian matters. They only care about that, but actually, no government before us has done more to support official languages throughout the country, including protecting French in Quebec. We will always be there to support official languages. We will always be there to support official language minority communities. I know very well that the Bloc Québécois doesn't care at all about Francophone communities outside Quebec, but we will be there for official languages throughout the country.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
In this last week of Parliament, the Prime Minister showed us whose side he's really on. At a time when 1 out of 4 Canadians are living in poverty, the out-of-touch Liberals voted against stronger penalties for corporations that are ripping off Canadians, against banning mergers that hurt people. Why is this Prime Minister letting corporations rip off Canadians when 1 out of 4 are living in poverty?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we've been focused from day one on helping young Canadians succeed. That's why on day one we raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% and lowered them for the middle class, which the NDP at the time voted against. We've continued to step up on asking the wealthiest to pay a little more in this most recent budget by raising the capital gains inclusion tax so the people making $250,000 or more on capital gains share a little more of those profits with Canadians who actually need it. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives have aligned themselves with the wealthiest in this country and are not there for people who need it.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Corporations continue to rip off Canadians. 25% des gens.
25% of Canadians are living at a poverty level. 25%. And this Prime Minister won't even support these 3 words, lowering prices for Canadians, in my bill. I know that this Prime Minister hasn't actually experienced the challenges that people are going through, but how can he be this oblivious? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that Canadians are experiencing affordability challenges. And that is why we are delivering programs and investments that help people, whether it be $10 a day childcare, whether it be dental care, whether it be support for insulin or reproductive health, whether it be a code of conduct for big grocery chains to protect consumers, whether it be for 400,000 children who will have better school food programs, thanks to our national program. We will continue to be there to support Canadians and to ensure that those who are better off pay their fair share.
A vote in Parliament in favour of banning the IRGC wasn't enough to convince the Prime Minister to list it as a terrorist organization 6 years ago. The organization killing 55 Canadians in an unprovoked attack on a passenger aircraft wasn't enough to make him do it. Even its role in the October 7th attack and its subsequent role in inciting hatred on our streets was not enough. It took a by-election for the Prime Minister to change his mind. Why is the Prime Minister always putting his political security above national security?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today we've listed the IRGC as a terrorist entity. This sends a strong message that Canada will use all tools at our disposal to hold the Iranian regime to account. There can be no impunity for Iran's disregard of human rights and its support of terrorism. This is yet another of the extremely strong measures we've taken against the Iranian regime, some of the strongest measures in the world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister was also forced to release data from his own government showing that there would be a $30 billion a year hit to our economy as a result of his job-killing carbon tax, data that he had up until then been hiding. He's been going around claiming that Canadians are better off because they pay this tax. Did the calculations that went into his 8 out of 10 talking points include this $30 billion a year cost to the Canadian economy and to Canadian families?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that 8 out of 10 Canadians in jurisdictions that have the federal carbon price in them get more money back from the Canada carbon rebate than they pay with this price on pollution. That is fact. Now, the Conservative leader has been using erroneous figures that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said he made a mistake on to continue to attack our plan on fighting climate change and putting more money back in people's pockets. 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Does that include the $30 billion a year economic cost when distributed among those 8 out of 10 families?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are basing their attacks on climate action and affordability on erroneous calculations that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has admitted that he made. The fact that the Parliamentary Budget Officer also calculated without making any mistakes that 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off with the Canada carbon rebate and the price on pollution means that we are not only fighting climate change and bringing down emissions, we're also putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians who need support right now, money that the Conservative Party wants to take away.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'm not using Parliamentary Budget Officer numbers. I'm using numbers that this Liberal government has now published. This government has admitted that their carbon tax will hit Canadians with $30 billion in annual losses to wages and higher prices. That is their data. They published it. So once again, very specific question. When he claims that 8 out of 10 are better off, does that include the $30 billion of costs that he now admits that the government will impose on the economy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how much clearer I can be, but I'll try. Based on everything this government knows, all the studies we've made, all the studies that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has made, we can affirm very clearly, and it's backed up by independent economists, that 8 out of 10 families in jurisdictions across the country where the federal price on pollution applies do better off with more money in their pockets than the price on pollution costs them with the Canada carbon rebate. It's putting more money in the pockets of Canadians, and the Conservatives are wrong on this.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He can't say yes, because he knows that when you take the $30 billion a year and divide it by the 17 million Canadian families, then you come up with almost $2,000 per Canadian family based on numbers published by his own government. So it's like him saying, you can afford this house as long as you don't take into consideration the down payment and the monthly mortgage payments. If you take out $30 billion of costs, you don't have a real calculation. So why doesn't he put the $30 billion back into the calculator and show Canadians whether they're really better off?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It is actually quite stunning to see the leader lay it out so clearly that all of his math depends on one factor that he believes, which is climate change isn't real, according to the Leader of the Opposition. That's the only way to make sure his math works. If he says there are no costs costs to Canadians of extreme weather events. There are no costs to Canadians about degrading competition when the world is switching towards greener solutions. If you don't believe in climate change, then his math works. But if you know that climate change is a real threat to Canadians and the economy, then we need to act, and that's what we're doing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No, all you have to accept is the fact that his carbon tax will not reduce by 1 penny the cost of climate change to Canadians. It will not eliminate one flood, one drought, one storm, one anything. His carbon tax literally does nothing to change the weather or the climate. What it does is makes Canadians poorer. So will he finally admit that all along he's been misleading Canadians, that he knew, he had the data, that Canadians pay more and get less and get screwed over by the carbon tax?
Encourage all members to try to find ways that for polite words in the House of Commons. The Honourable Leader, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the only way the Conservative leader's math makes sense is when he believes that climate change has no cost for Canadians. Canadians right across this country are seeing the impact of climate events, the impact of the need to innovate and create greener, cleaner jobs for the future as we deliver our resources to the world. The fact that he doesn't believe in climate change means that he doesn't believe the climate action that puts more money in people's pockets is worth it. Well, that's exactly where we disagree, and we're going to continue to help Canadians get through this.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Now we have Bill 96 on French in Quebec, but American businesses are pressuring the Joe Biden government to try to get the U.S. to impose sanctions to undermine Quebec's language law. Will the Prime Minister stand up to the U.S.? Will the Prime Minister protect legislation that was legitimately adopted in Quebec? Or will he let our main trade partner dictate our language laws? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know that for years, the Quebec government has had excellent representatives in Washington and elsewhere in the world to talk about issues around Quebec legislation. Then, meanwhile, we, as a bilingual country that protects French and English throughout the country, we will be there in our negotiations, including in the NAFTA renegotiation that we did several years ago with the American government. We will continue to protect Canada's culture and linguistic realities, as well as the special realities for our citizens throughout the country. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, this government seems to be allergic to the word yes. We know that we will not be able to offer French language training for immigrants. We know that unilingual public servants are being hired in Quebec. We know that there have been a number of other issues that undermine the French language in Quebec. There has been funding, in fact, to undermine Bill 96 right up to the Supreme Court. Does the Prime Minister understand that for Francophones elsewhere in Canada and North America, who we may be the only allies for, do they understand that this is the only way to preserve their future and it's doing the opposite? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know that the leader of the Bloc Québécois is always trying to pick fights. And I would remind him that we have more Quebecers in our Liberal caucus than he has in his caucus. We will always defend French, both in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. We will be there. We will invest hundreds of thousands. We will invest hundreds of millions of dollars in the French language. We will offer French language for immigrants. We will continue to defend French throughout the country. And we will pay particular attention to Quebec because we know that Quebec must remain a place with the French language being in the first place, and we will always support it.
L'opposition. La semaine dernière, le Bloc.
Last week, the Bloc Québécois voted to increase taxes for Quebec farmers, all that during a cost of food crisis, and to increase costs for housing developers during a housing crisis, to increase taxes on doctors while we're experiencing a shortage of doctors, and to increase taxes on Quebec SMEs, all that during an economic crisis. Why is this Liberal bloc always trying to take away Quebec money to instead fund the colossal central and centralizing Liberal government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I don't think I really followed the question. But I will say that the Bloc Québécois is a party that tries to pick fights with the federal government, but even so, the Bloc recognizes that the Conservative Party is passionate about defending the ultra-wealthy and that they're not trying to help people who actually need help. And that's not a good thing for the country, no matter what your political allegiance. The fact that the Conservatives keep trying to undermine initiatives that would get the most wealthy among us to pay their fair share to help youth, seniors, and so on, that's really shocking. And I'm glad that the Bloc Québécois is aligned with us on this.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Monsieur le Président, le Bloc.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is always aligned with the Liberals to keep them in power. We know that this is basically the Liberal bloc. We learned today from Angus Reid that 1 out of 5 Canadians earning between $50,000 and $100,000 a year, 1 in 5 believe that they will be affected by this bloc Liberal increase in taxes. But if the Prime Minister wants to deny that, well, there's a very clear way to settle this. Will the Liberal government support an amendment to exclude everyone who possesses less than 1% of the wealth in Canada from the tax increase? Will the government do this, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, everyone in this House knows very well that there are issues where I disagree with the leader of the Bloc Québécois. We've heard about that many, many times. But sometimes we do see eye to eye. And then we stand up against the Conservative Party because they are always supporting the wealthiest Canadians. They always want to protect the wealthiest people. And do that instead of investing in housing, instead of helping seniors, instead of creating more childcare spaces. We know that we must stand up for the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. While meanwhile, the Conservatives just want to protect their ultra-wealthy buddies. That's not how we're going to get a better economy for everyone.
Rich friends, people who make between $50,000 and $100,000 a year are too rich for him. I guess he wants to make them poor. He's succeeding at that. Yep. 1 in 5 Canadians told Angus Reid that they will be affected, including 1 in 5 of people making between $50,000 and $100,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. Another tax targeting the middle class by this promise-breaking Prime Minister. If those Canadians are wrong and they won't be affected, will the Prime Minister announce that he will amend his tax increase law to exclude anybody making less than $100,000 a year?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our increase of the capital gains inclusion rate will affect people who make more than $250,000 in profits when they sell successful investments within a given year. We feel that those people can make a slight less amount of profits so that we can make sure we're investing in young people who can afford housing, so that we help seniors with the cost of dental care, so we deliver free insulin and free prescription contraceptives across this country. We're asking the wealthiest and the most successful to pay a little bit more so we can help those who need it, and the Conservatives are choosing to stand with the wealthiest.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Socialist bafflegab. Not my words. Those are the words of Scott Bryson, the former Liberal president of the Treasury Board, the very person to whom the Prime Minister trusted all of his spending. Add to that Bill Morneau and John Manley, 2 former finance ministers who have now said they are against this tax increase, and David Dodge, a Liberal former governor of the Bank of Canada. Now that all these Liberals say that the Prime Minister is up to socialist bafflegab, will he reverse this job-killing tax on Canadians?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it should actually be no surprise to Canadians to see the Conservatives, after pretending to care about workers, after pretending to care about vulnerable people, revert to type and stand against and ask for the wealthiest to pay a little bit more in taxes so we can invest even more in Canadians who need it, whether it's through National School Food Program, whether it's expanding places in child care, whether it's delivering dental care for seniors and Canadians with disabilities. These are all things the Conservatives stand against, just like they stand against asking the wealthiest to pay their fair share. That's a shame, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis is hurting seniors in Port Moody. The Liberals have promised to build more affordable housing, but yet they continue to sit on their hands and drag their feet. The closed Canada Post Office at 45 Mary Street is a good location for quality affordable homes for seniors. New affordable homes at this location has the support of the city and the community, but the Liberals have yet to put a shovel in the ground. Why won't the Prime Minister step up and build the affordable homes seniors need in Port Moody?
Good question. Good question.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are pleased that we've been able to contribute to a massive number of seniors' homes across the country over the past years, but we also know we get to do even more with the most ambitious plan on housing this country has ever seen. From increased density to more affordable homes to using public lands and federally held lands like post office buildings and Department of National Defence properties to build more homes that are affordable for Canadians. This is our plan to ensure that we are delivering for seniors and for future generations. While the Conservatives want to sell public lands off to the highest bidders, we're going to make sure long-term leases give affordable homes for seniors and all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, finally, after years of dragging their heels, word is out that the Liberals are moving open net fish farms out of BC coastal waters. Most First Nations and British Columbians want to see these polluting farms out of our waters. But where is the plan? The Liberals have spent years delaying on a real job strategy for all those impacted. Coastal communities cannot be left behind. Will the Prime Minister's decision include the delivery of necessary funds to support impacted First Nations and coastal communities?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, protecting our environment is one of the top priorities of this government and has been since we took office in 2015, as has reconciliation. And as we move forward on the right kinds of things to protect our environment, including protecting wild salmon, we are also going to be there to make sure that we are supporting Indigenous communities with economic opportunities and growth to continue to provide for their communities, to continue to be able to thrive in Canada's economy of the future.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as we approach National Indigenous Peoples Day on June 21st, Indigenous and non-Indigenous people from across Canada will engage in meaningful celebrations. At the same time, we will undertake important reflections of our past and on the path that we are on to secure a better future. Manitoba is home to Canada's largest Indigenous population. Alongside our provincial colleagues, we've been working hard to build bridges through new investments and partnerships, including with Canada's first ever First Nations Premier. Can the Prime Minister offer this House his reflections on the important progress that we have made together on our collective journey towards truth and reconciliation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I thank the member for Winnipeg South Centre for his commitment to reconciliation. We will always be there for Indigenous people, and we'll keep working with them in full partnership. As a government, we created the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. We appointed the first ever Indigenous Governor General and Indigenous Supreme Court Justice, and we created the Indigenous Languages Commissioner. We also recently passed legislation, C-29, to keep future governments accountable on the path of reconciliation to work with Indigenous peoples. We're all excited to celebrate National Indigenous Peoples Day with Indigenous communities later this week.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland says this Prime Minister's carbon tax will harm working class people just trying to heat their homes or drive to work. The former Liberal Finance Minister, which he appointed, says that this latest job-killing tax that he's brought in will drive investment out of the country, and the Liberal Treasury Board president that he appointed accuses the Prime Minister of socialist bafflegab. With Liberals accusing him of socialist bafflegab, will he just admit that he's actually not even a Liberal? He's Canada's first NDP Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated over the past 9 years that investing in the middle class and people working hard to join it can create growth for the country, and that's why we're continuing to step up to put that growth for work by putting more money in the pockets of Canadians, whether it's through a plan to fight climate change that puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families across the country, whether it's by moving forward on asking the wealthiest who are selling off profitable investments to share a little more of those profits with Canadians who need it, by countering the housing crisis, by investing in young people. But once again, Conservatives stand with the wealthiest, we stand with the middle class.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Countering the housing crisis, he doubled housing costs, helping young people. 76% of them say they can't afford a home after 9 years of this Prime Minister. But it's getting worse. The Prime Minister gave $500 million to the Liberal NDP Mayor and Council at Toronto City Hall, supposedly to accelerate home building. What is the consequence? Since that money was handed over, Toronto City Hall has increased wait times and costs for building permits by 50%. Why does he keep forcing taxpayers to bloat the gatekeeping bureaucracies instead of doing what we want? Build the homes.
I know that we are coming to the end of the summer, end of the session, and members by Friday, and that members sometimes there might be a little bit more excited. I'm going to ask all members to please not take the floor unless they're recognized by the chair, because I can hear their voices pretty well. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the challenging fact that the Leader of the Opposition is trying to avoid is that just last week it was demonstrated that housing starts are up across this country, and that is part of where we have been investing with communities across the country in the Housing Accelerator Fund that is delivering more homes built faster. Indeed, we're going to see close to 4 million new homes in the coming decade because Canadians know that more density, better use of public lands, better protection for renters, better math for home builders to be able to build more affordable homes. These are the things that are going to make a difference in Canadians' lives.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Better math? Well, I think we can all agree this Prime Minister needs better math. But here is the math. The Altus Group says that Canada's development charges are significantly higher, and our wait times for getting building permits are the second slowest in the entire OECD. And what is this Prime Minister doing? Giving $500 million to the City of Toronto, which has just increased its development charges and its permit wait times by 50%. So once again, why does the Prime Minister keep funding the gatekeepers instead of removing them so we can build the homes?
Again, I'm going to ask members, particularly the member from Hamilton Centre, if you could please not heckle people while they have the floor. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, here's a concrete example of how one makes the math work to build more homes. Last year, we made a decision to take off the GST on purpose-built middle-income apartment buildings, on the kind of apartment buildings we need more of right across the country. Within a few days after having announced that we would no longer be charging the GST on new apartment buildings, thousands of new units were being announced by developers across the country because suddenly they were able to bring projects onto the table that hadn't been on it before. That's how you invest in housing. That's how you deliver for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, permits take 3 times longer to get in Canada than in the U.S. and in the UK. And in the last 2 years in Toronto, the wait time has gone from 21 months to 32 months, all while the Prime Minister has given that bureaucracy $500 billion to subsidize their building blocking bureaucracy. Why won't he follow my common sense plan to require municipalities permit 15% more housing completions as a condition of getting their federal funds?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. The Conservative leader has no plan to address the housing crisis. When he was housing minister under the Harper government, he had no plan to address the housing crisis. That government decided to get out of any federal engagement in housing, and we're seeing those consequences even 10 years later. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that his plan to reimpose GST on apartment building construction would slow down apartment building construction. His plan to withdraw funds that are needed for densification and permitting would slow down housing construction. That's not what Canadians need.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, forest caribou is in danger of extinction with the help from the Conservatives, and that must not happen. Thousands of jobs linked to forestry, one of the greenest and most important resources in Quebec, are in danger of disappearing with the help of the Liberals. I accept neither. Does the Prime Minister agree to say that the issue of forest caribou is a test of our ability to reconcile resources and the environment? Does he agree that the solution should be negotiated between Quebec, the forestry industry, and Indigenous people? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, over the past 10 years, since before we were in power, the Government of Canada has worked hard to help the Government of Quebec present a plan to protect caribou and reach our common goals to protect the environment and protect jobs. The federal government is always open to collaborating with the Government of Quebec and to support it while it puts in place measures to ensure the recovery of the species as part of a comprehensive strategy. We are ready to support local communities, jobs, and of course, the dynamic Quebec economy. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. If the government imposes orders, it will be an economic disaster for the forest. If Quebec doesn't have an agreement with industry, Indigenous people, unions, and more, forest caribou will be in more danger. Conservatives think they can solve this, but in a year and a half, things will be shut down, jobs will be gone. I don't know what the Prime Minister will say, Mr. Speaker, but I say that the Bloc Québécois and I will invest in looking for negotiated solutions agreed upon with the Government of Quebec, the only authority on the forest. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we agree to work hand in hand in partnership with Quebec. That is exactly what we've done for years. It's been 10 years that different federal governments have been working to protect caribou and also to protect communities and jobs. We are there to work in partnership with Quebec. After so many years, we need to show that we are a country with the rule of law, that we will respect our own laws on protecting species at risk. That is what all Quebecers and Canadians expect.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's ironic to see the Bloc look for a federal role in a field of provincial jurisdiction. The Bloc member this morning said that the federal government is able to meddle and kill forestry worker jobs. And if the Bloc hadn't voted to keep this Prime Minister in power, this order wouldn't have existed in the first place. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will cancel this order to protect jobs and to allow the government to protect nature and industry. That is common sense. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party shows day after day that they don't understand that the only way to build a healthy economy for Canadians for the years to come is to protect the environment as well. They refuse to accept any responsibility to protect the environment. And yes, other parties in this House and the vast majority of Canadians understand very well that we need to work to protect the environment and work to protect the economy. It's only the Conservatives who've made their choice to let down the environment and the future of Canadians. The Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec nation is able to protect nature and jobs without interference from this Bloc, Liberal, incompetent government here in Ottawa. We believe that we can do both, but it's a decision for the government of Quebec on how to protect nature. 30,000 jobs are at play. Will the Prime Minister cancel the radical order by his Liberal minister? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. This so-called radical order is based on a bill put forward by the Prime Minister, who, according to experts, did the most to protect the environment in Canada, Brian Mulroney, a progressive Conservative. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, to see how much the Conservative Party is denying something that progressive Conservatives understood very well. We can only build a strong economy by protecting the environment. Brian Mulroney showed that often during his career. The Conservatives have forgotten all of that, and they are attacking the planet and our future. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Brian Mulroney knew that protecting the environment had nothing to do with increasing taxes and killing jobs, Mr. Speaker.
Liberal scandals. The RCMP commissioner just to confirm that there are now 6 active criminal investigations into contracts awarded by this NDP Liberal government. That's on top of the $60 million Arrive Scam Act, which saw $20 million go to 2 contractors who work out of their basement and don't even do IT work. Will the Prime Minister promise to personally cooperate with this criminal investigation so that Canadians can know where their money went?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this situation is obviously unacceptable, which is why authorities are looking into the procurement process. Anyone who took advantage of our COVID responses to save Canadian lives should face consequences. All federal contracts with these companies have been suspended as the investigations continue.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic and the war in Europe led to a crisis around the world. Our government has worked hard to fight inflation, and our plan is working. Canada has become the first G7 country to reduce its interest rates. As the Conservatives know how to do only one thing, cut. Can the Prime Minister share with us what our plan is to make life more affordable for Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Ottawa-Vanier for her question and for her hard work. Too many Canadians are struggling with the cost of living. That is why Canadians need a government who supports them. That is why we are investing in programs like dental care, pharmacare, daycare services, and the Canada Child Benefit that will be sent to millions of families tomorrow. At each stage, the Conservatives have tried to block us from supporting Canadians because despite their cheap slogans, they don't care about Canadians, just themselves. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Taking care of your friends, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister has literally doubled the amount spent on outside consultants, all the way up to $21 billion a year. That works out to $1,400 per family in taxes just to fund federal government consultants. One of them is $200 million to the Prime Minister's famous consulting firm, McKinsey. No wonder Canadians are forced to pay higher taxes. Will the Prime Minister finally put an end to this costly, self-licking ice cream cone and stop sending the bill to Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the only Canadians we're asking to pay a little more are those who've been very successful in these past years and are able to make more than $250,000 in profit from selling off investments. These are things that we think we can be asking of Canadians who've been successful to support Canadians who need a little more help, whether it's with the most ambitious housing plan this country's ever seen, whether it's dental care that's already delivered supports in just 8 weeks to 200,000 seniors, or whether it's more spaces in childcare. But the Conservatives continue to protect the wealthiest instead of supporting Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's a little bit rich coming from him as he raises taxes on single moms for the crime of driving to the grocery store, while he treats himself to a jet-setting experience where the food on the plane of a 6-day trip was $220,000. Beef brisket, parsley potatoes with truffle oil, beef tenderloin with port wine sauce, braised lamb shanks, and even cheesecake with pistachio brittle. Mr. Speaker, with Canadians lined up at the food bank, what's on the menu for this Prime Minister this summer?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to use cheap attacks and slogans when they stand against support directly for Canadians.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top, please.
Speaker, the Conservative leader continues to use cheap attacks and slogans while he tries to hide from the fact that he is standing with the wealthiest Canadians and against the idea of them paying a little more so that young Canadians can buy a home, so that seniors can get their teeth fixed, so that young families can find a place in childcare. These are the investments we're making that they are standing against, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to deliver for Canadians who need them while he chooses to protect the interests of his wealthy friends.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there's nothing cheap about the $220,000 that he's spent on one trip for food alone.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition asked this question. I'm going to ask all members to please keep their voices down. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition from the top.
There's nothing cheap, Mr. Speaker, about the Prime Minister spending $220,000 for food alone on a 6-day jet-setting tour for himself. All the while, homelessness up 38%. Toronto has 256 homeless encampments, where 1 in 10 people in that city are now eating at food banks. They join 2 million Canadians. The good news is life was not like this before this Prime Minister, and it won't be like this after he's gone. Can we not have a carbon tax election now to choose a government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime?
Ça sent la coupe.
It smells like the cup.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the extent
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, The Conservatives over this past session have stood in this House to stand against dental care for seniors. They've stood in this House to stand against expanding child care investments in spaces. They've stood in this House to stand against the kinds of investments that are helping Canadians with diabetes, Canadians afford birth control. These are the choices that they are making. Now, they're filled with slogans and bumper stickers that don't solve problems but amplify anger, while we are focused on supporting Canadians. Canadians can make their choice about the kind of country they want to live in.
From Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are looking for strong action from their government on making housing more affordable. The results of decades of Conservative government inaction are in, and it's no wonder. When the Leader of the Opposition was Housing Minister, he only got 6 units built. Since 2015, we've been committed to getting the government back into housing. Can the Prime Minister...
I truly cannot hear the honourable member ask this question. I'm going to ask all members, please, to not take the floor while an honourable member is asking a question or while an honourable member is answering a question. Ask the member, please, to keep it together for a couple of more minutes. The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge, from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are looking for strong action from their government on making housing more affordable. The results of decades of Conservative government inaction are in, and it's no wonder when the Leader of the Opposition was Housing Minister, he was a disaster, and he only got 6 units built. Since 2015, we've been committed to getting the government back into housing. Can the Prime Minister provide an update on the government is making life more affordable through housing investments? I heard he built a baby barn.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Vaughan Woodbridge for his question and for his extraordinary hard work. For decades, governments have ignored the important role the federal government has to play in housing. That's why we brought the federal government back into the business of home building, working through an ambitious plan to build 4 million more homes. And as we just saw this week, Canada's housing starts are going up, with more homes being built right across the country. While the Conservatives would abandon the most vulnerable so their rich friends can pay less, we will not rest until we ensure fairness for every generation.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Edmonton-Griesbach.
The Trade Winds to Success Training Society helps Indigenous people build up the trade skills we need to rebuild our own communities and our own future. Not only does the organization create a pathway to apprenticeship, but also guarantees Indigenous peoples opportunity for good paying jobs. Despite the Liberals' commitment to support them, no movement has been made. Is this yet another empty promise to Indigenous peoples? When will the Prime Minister establish a 5-year funding plan for Trade Winds to Success so they can continue to empower Indigenous labour?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague well knows, we are unequivocally committed to working in partnership with First Nations, Inuit and Métis communities to advance self-determination, reconciliation and economic opportunity. We have indeed tripled investments into Indigenous communities since 2015, with $32 billion in investments expected in 2024-25 alone. Budget 2024 includes over $1 billion to improve access to proper health care for Indigenous peoples, $338 million to support Indigenous entrepreneurship, and a monumental investment of $5 billion for the Indigenous Loan Support Program. There's lots more to do, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The parliamentarians who serve on the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians have done an amazing job and deserve the thanks of all Canadians. In the face of foreign interference, We need to put Canada first and commit to working together. My question to the Prime Minister is this: is the Prime Minister open to working over the summer with all members of Parliament with top secret security clearance who are willing, in a confidential setting, to work in the hope of determining a shared course of action to reduce the threat of foreign interference?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Leader of the Green Party and other party leaders who've taken this issue seriously by getting their security clearances. We feel that the public inquiry is the best place for these discussions to continue, and we're pleased that the Commission has agreed to study this. Unfortunately, the Leader of the Opposition would actually have to get his top secret security clearance in order to have a top secret discussion amongst party leaders.
And so we come to the end of question period. And I see that the Honourable Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons is rising on a point of order.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion, but before moving it, I would like to thank you, as well as everyone else in the chair. I'd also like to thank the clerk and everyone on staff. In fact, all of the staff that supports us in this House, the pages, the Parliamentary Protective Service. We are exceptionally well supported by staff in this Parliament. And through you, I'd like to express the gratitude of all parliamentarians for everything that staff does.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank all of my colleagues on the government side for their support for a rookie House Leader, and I want to thank all of the colleagues who chose the wrong political path for their support as well, including my colleague House Leaders, which, despite all indications to the contrary, we've developed a very good working relationship, and I thank them, and through them, thank their caucuses as well.
So, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, I move that regarding Bill C-26, the Cybersecurity Act, and amending the Telecommunications Act, and bringing amendments to other acts, all amendments at report stage, on behalf of the Minister for Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs, be deemed carried on division, and that the bill as amended be deemed adopted at report stage with other amendments on division, and be deemed read at third reading on division. In addition, I would move that the bill be read a third time and adopted on division, and Bill S-6, an act to modernize regulations, be deemed read a third time on division and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, that Bill S-9, an act to amend the Chemical Weapons Treaty, be deemed read a second time and referred to Committee of the Whole, deemed studied at Committee of the Whole, deemed the subject of a report without amendment, deemed adopted at report stage, and deemed read a third time and carried.
An act respecting the recognition of the Haida Nation and the Council of the Haida Nation be deemed read a second time on division and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. And finally, Mr. Speaker, following routine proceedings on Wednesday, June 19th, 2024, the House shall stand adjourned until Monday, September 16th, 2024, provided that for the purposes of Standing Order 28, it shall be deemed to have sat on Thursday, June 20th, and Friday, June 21st, 2024. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Accordingly, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
The honourable member from Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, I'm rising to ask that Bill S-16, an act respecting the recognition of the Haida Nation and the Council of the Haida Nation.
I regret that the honourable member. I'm hearing that there is not unanimous consent for that unanimous consent motion. The honourable member from the honourable member from Regina Capel.
My voice to those of the opposition, of the government House Leader, thanking all the support staff on the precinct here, the pages that help us out in the Commons, the wise clerks who guide the proceedings, and all the support staff around, incluant les interprètes.
Including the interpreters, Mr. Speaker. We know there have been challenges for interpretation in this Parliament. So I'd like to thank the interpreters for their hard work.
Precinct that keep us all safe as we go about doing the people's work. I would like to thank all of them for the excellent level of service that they provide parliamentarians so we can provide excellent service to the people of Canada.
Big time.
And I move, pursuant to Standing Order 65, I move, seconded by the Deputy House Leader, that the House instruct each of the following standing committees to hold 5 meetings between Monday, July 8th, 2024 and Friday.
So I regret that the honourable opposition House Leader does not have unanimous consent. Order. Order. Rising on a point of order, the honourable member from Willowdale.
Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion on the humanitarian situation in Sudan. That the House recognize that the conflict in Sudan has displaced over 10 million civilians, has resulted in an unprecedented...
Does not have unanimous consent from the House. The honourable member from Crowfoot Battlefords I have next.
Battle River Crowfoot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for unanimous consent that notwithstanding any standing, special order, or usual practice...
I regret to inform the honourable member that there have been a number of noes that are already expressed. The honourable member from Cowichan Malahat Langford is rising on his feet.
I ask unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practices of the House, the bill entitled...
I'm afraid I'm seeing that there is no unanimous consent for that. L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, if you'd allow, once again, on behalf of all of the MPs in the Bloc Québécois and their teams, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank the clerk. I'd like to thank the Sergeant-at-Arms, the administration, all their teams from all sectors, finances, HR, IT, PPS, the catering services, all of the staff that day after day facilitates our work and support us in our daily work. And I'd like to very sincerely and deeply thank the allies of the Bloc Québécois, and I call them that because they are our voice and our ears. And that special thank you is to our interpreters. They haven't had an easy time this year, and we in the Bloc Québécois owe them a great deal because they really are our voice and our ears. We are very impressed by their work. Bravo.
Je vous dirais, Monsieur le Président, on est impressionné par le travail de...
And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we're very impressed by everyone who serves the House of Commons, the entire administration. But I have to say, the interpreters are kind of the teacher's pet for the Bloc Québécois. And we'd also like to thank our own teams for the whip, the House Leader, for all parties, the government, the official opposition, the NDP, our party, we know that when we want to achieve the common good, together we can succeed. And Mr. Speaker, we'd also like to thank our extraordinary staff who make us better legislators. On my own behalf and on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to wish you all a happy summer and an excellent vacation.
I see that the Honourable Whip of the NDP is rising on her feet for a point of order. The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the incredible folks that support the work that we do in this place. I'd like to offer my gratitude and the gratitude of all of the New Democratic Party to those who help us do our job in this esteemed place. To you, Mr. Speaker, to the clerks at the table, to the security personnel, the incredible interpreters who do so much. Thank you to all of our interpreters. A special mention to Cindy Resner, who will be retiring. Thank her very much for her service to us. I'd also like to thank those who feed us every day, to the amazing team of pages, to the page supervisor. On behalf of all New Democrats, I want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and I hope everyone in this House has a wonderful summer with their family and loved ones in their ridings, listening to their constituents. Thank you very much.
I see that the Honourable Leader of the Green Party is rising on her feet on a point of order.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Aussi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to add a few words of my own to really thank all of the teams in the House of Commons, and you, Mr. Speaker, as well as the clerks, the pages. They've done a great job, considering they're also studying at the same time.
Continue to inspire me. They work so hard. When we work long hours, we sometimes forget that our pages are here working hard too, and then got to go back and cram for exams. So thanks to the pages, thanks to their families across Canada, and to all of the team here on the Hill, from the catering team, the waitresses, the cooks and waiters, to our security team, particularly thanks to the Parliament Hill Protective Services, who every single day are here to keep us safe. We give immense gratitude. Merci, Monsieur le Président, et tous mes collègues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank all of my colleagues. I'd like to thank the member for Battle River Crowford, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Consent. I was hoping for a team win here on the last few minutes. Merci à tout le monde. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
And dear colleagues, as we prepare to focus on our families and our constituents, I too want to take a moment to thank all those who've made it possible for us to do our work here in the House of Commons. Au nom de tous les députés, de tous les...
On behalf of all parliamentarians, I would like to sincerely thank all employees of the House administration. Without them, we would not have been able to do our work. I'd like to thank the interpreters, the IT team, maintenance services, clerks, pages, members of the broadcasting team, and also members of the Parliamentary Protective Service, who day after day were here to keep us safe. We know they've had challenges this year. And I would like to share our sincere thanks and thank the team who have devotedly helped us every day. Thank you for your service. We are deeply grateful.
Members, and especially those who support them, have earned a break. I wish everyone a safe and restful summer and time to connect with your constituents and with your loved ones. It being 3:34, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-69. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Beach, moved that Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024, be now read a third time and do pass.
La période de vote.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Madame Petipa-Taylor.
Madame Petipa-Taylor.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lemover.
Mr. Lemover.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Ed Coury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Cedu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latancio.
Ms. Latancio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris. Que tous ceux qui s'app-
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deadted.
Monsieur Detel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Madame Viang.
Madame Vien.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Rude.
Mrs. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Sinclair. Monsieur
Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. May Sanesh-Golf-Islands.
Ms. May Sanesh-Golf-Islands.
La Chambre attend.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
si les députés n'ont
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Sarai. Okay, we'll move on. We'll come back to you. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
I vote no.
The honourable Mr. Wilkinson's writing is. Thank you. The honourable member from Grand Prairie.
I also vote no.
Thank you. Mr. Sarai, can you just say that again?
Hi, Speaker. It's Equinder here. We're having big technical issues just outside of Peter Oval right
that's
now.
Okay.
I'd like to vote yay.
Jackie not on his own device. They're sharing the phone.
One moment, please. Mr. Gahir, if you could please put on a jacket to vote. And while we wait for that, the honourable member from Nepean.
I won't just.
And Mr. Gahir.
Yes. I'd like to vote yay, Speaker.
For video, yes, you can. And did we? Non, juste un instant. Monsieur Généreux, as-tu des problèmes?
Mr. Généreux, did you have problems?
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas for 173, 173. Nays contre 149, 149.
Je déclare la...
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Cooper to the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-65. The question is as follows. Monsieur Leblanc, Madam Sachs moved that Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada... May I dispense? An act to amend the Canada Elections Act as the bill delays the next federal election so that more departing members of Parliament can collect taxpayer-funded pensions, a measure that is particularly offensive at a time when Canadians are struggling due to the NDP Liberal government's inflation, carbon tax, and housing costs. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for the members participating in person. All those in favour of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dentel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latencio.
Ms. Latencio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
To inform the House that the electronic voting period is ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they can now use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. The honourable member from Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
No, she's letting us down.
Mr. Workington, yea pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 119, 119. Nays contre 204, 204.
I declare the motion defeated.
The next question is on the main motion, and the question is as follows. Monsieur Leblanc, appuyé par Madame.
Seconded by Ms. Sachs. Move that Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Participating in person, wishes the motion be carried or carried on division. If a member recognized party participating wishes to request a recorded division, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Appel nominal.
Recorded division.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed for members, the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlow.
Ms. Idlow.
Ms. Kazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Back to Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dented.
Mr. Dentel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltug.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mrs. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. I don't see anybody online there. Personne en chambre. Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 170, 170. Nays contre 148, 148.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi. Accordingly, the bill will stand referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on motion M109 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Reid.
Follows. Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Cooper. May I dispense? Thank you so much. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise. In the 6th row.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
5e rangée.
5th row.
Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
4th row at my left.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Miss Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Monsieur Lowe.
Monsieur Lowe.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kirk.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Back to Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
3e rangée.
3rd row.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. McCauley and Minton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Madame Larouche.
Madame LaRouche.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
2nd row at my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
1st row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the 6th row.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
In the 5th row to my right.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
4th row.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss May Sanishgo-Filans.
May Sanishgo-Filans.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
3e rangée.
Mr.
3rd row.
The area.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr. McKay.
Second row.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fitzpat-Taylor.
Madame Fitzpat-Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
In the first row to my right.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Now, all those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the 6th row, 5th row, 4th row, 3rd row, 2nd row, 1st row. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. In the 6th row, in the 5th row, in the 4th row, in the 3rd row, in the 2nd row, and in the 1st. The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 325, 325. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to taking the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Doherty to the third reading stage of Bill C-323 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Ellis, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves that Bill C-323, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, Mental Health Services, be now read a third time and do pass. Recommittal of bill. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Melello, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill 323, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, Mental Health Services, be now not read a third time, but referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 1 with the view to amend the clause so as to include massage therapy among the health services to be exempted from the goods and services tax. And the committee be invited to consider reporting back. May I dispense? That was a sentence and a way to the end, but there you go. The 10-minute period members of voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. And we'll start with the sponsor of the item. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion, please. Implies that in favor of the motion, will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
In the fourth row.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay and Minton West.
Mr. Macaulay Minton West.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Miss Idlaut.
Miss Idlaut.
First row at my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row. In the fifth row. In the fourth row. In the...
Miss May Sanishkoff Island.
Miss May Sanishkoff Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
In the third row. In the second row. And in the first row to my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion, or opposed to the amendment, will please rise in the sixth row, fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row. All those at my right opposed to the amendment will please rise in the 6th row.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeque.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeque.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
In the 5th row.
Mr. McDonald-Avalon.
Mr. McDonald-Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
In the 4th row.
Mr. Hardy.
Hardy.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
2nd row.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Miss Kara.
Madame Putzpa-Taylor.
Madame Putzpa-Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
In the 1st row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Okay. I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, may I use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 151, 151.
I declare the amendment carried. The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Mr. Ellis, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves that Bill C-323, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, Mental Health Services, be now read a third time, but be not now read a third time, but referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 1 with the view to amend the clause so as to include massage therapy along with health services to be exempted from the Goods and Services Tax, and the committee be invited to consider the reporting back the bill to the House within 15 days following the adoption of this order.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion as amended be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
For Cumberland Colchester.
Requested a recorded division, Speaker.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started. The House now proceed with the vote, and I'll start with the sponsor of the item. We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
In the fourth row.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kirk.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
You get 10 minutes. Oh, second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
In the first row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my right in favor of the motion as amended will please rise in the sixth row, in the fifth row, in the fourth row.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
In the third row to my right, in the second row, and the first. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, in the fifth row, in the fourth row, in the third row, in the second row, and in the first. That's the left. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
In the fifth row.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Vynen.
Mr. Van Vynen.
In the fourth row.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
In the third row.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
In the second row.
Miss Grove.
Miss Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Kara.
Miss Kara.
Madame Putzpa-Taylor.
Madame Putzpa-Taylor.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
In the first row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period and before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion as amended carried. And just since this is my last time in the chair for a moment, have a wonderful summer, everybody.
Oh, did we forget the last? Accordingly, the bill stands referred back to the Standing Committee of Finance. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions on the motions at report stage of Bill S-224 under private members' business. The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motion number 2. Mr. Carey, seconded by Mr. Mott, moved that Bill S-224 be amended by restoring the long title as follows: An Act to amend the Criminal Code, Trafficking in Persons. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the motion.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. 6th row.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
5th row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
3rd row at my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
2nd row at my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
1st row on my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis, Alderman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis, Alderman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. 6th row. 5th row. 4th row. 3rd row. 2nd row. And 1st row. All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Cinquième rangée.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Troisième rangée à ma...
Third row to my left.
Madame
Excuse-moi, quatrième rangée.
Fourth row to my left, excuse me.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Troisième rangée.
Third row to my left.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
À ma gauche.
First row to my left.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Que tous ceux à...
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Sixième rangée.
Sixth row.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row to my left.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss May Saanish Gulf Island.
Miss May Saanish Gulf Island.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Area.
Mr. Area.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
À ma droite.
Second row to my right.
Mr. McKay.
Miss Grove.
Miss Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Miss Jazak.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Première rangée.
First row to my right.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que le...
I'd like to inform the House that the electronic voting period has now ended. If there are members who have not been able to vote because of technical difficulties, I would invite them to use the raised hand function, and the Speaker will recognize them.
Ms. Sahota. Do we... We'll try again. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota, can I ask you to please unmute your microphone so that we could put a spotlight on you?
Yes. I wish to vote nay. Against?
Ms. Sahota, nay contre.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yes pour 118, 118. Nays contre 207, 207.
Je déclare motion...
I declare motion number 1 defeated. I therefore declare motion number 2 defeated.
I don't read that. Okay. À ce moment-ci, la motion portant adoption...
At this time, the question would ordinarily be put on the motion for the concurrence at report stage of Bill S-224. However, as the House has just defeated the amendments to restore the bill, nothing remains of the bill except the number. The Chair is therefore obliged to exercise the authority provided by Standing Order 94-1A to ensure the orderly conduct of private members' business. Accordingly, I rule that the order for consideration at report stage of Bill S-224, an act to amend the Criminal Code, trafficking in persons, be discharged, and that the bill be dropped from the order paper.
Alderman Norfolk is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, my app malfunctioned for the first vote, Bill C-69 in the third reading, and I'm asking for unanimous consent to have it recorded as no.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Affaires courantes ordinaires, dépôt de documents.
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents.
Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner's Report for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 2 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. And while I'm on my feet, I would like to thank my caucus for the wonderful gift and recognition by giving me some chicken nuggets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
On Woodridge.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honor to present to the House in both official languages the following reports of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association 16th Conference of Parliamentarians of the Arctic Region, Corona, Sweden, from March 20th to the 22nd, 2024, and the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association participation of David Wells, Vice Chair of CAEU, at the Atlantic Brook German-Canadian Conference, Berlin, Germany, from May 12th to the 14th, 2024. Mr. Speaker, while I'm still on my feet, I'd like to wish my honourable and esteemed colleagues a wonderful summer. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member. The honourable member from Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Speaker. And pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour and privilege to present to the House in both official languages the following reports of the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group's co-chair annual visit to Japan from November 13th to 17th, 2023. As well, the report of the Canada-China Legislative Association and the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group's 31st annual meeting of the Asian Pacific Parliamentary Forum in Manila, Philippines, from November 23rd to 26th, 2023. And I wish all the Philippine Canadians a fabulous Philippine Heritage Month. And while I have the floor, I wanted to extend, all the summer greatness to all members of this House, as well as you, sir, and as well as everyone in Sault Ste. Marie, and we'll see you in the fall.
Thank the honourable member. The honourable member, l'honorable député d'Ottawa Sud.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following reports. The report of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union at the annual parliamentary hearing at the United Nations in New York, New York, United States of America, from February 13th to 15th, 2023. The report of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union at the parliamentary meeting on the occasion of the 67th session of the Commission on the Status of Women in New York, New York, United States of America, from March 7th to 8th, 2023. The report of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union at the 146th IPU Assembly and related meetings in Manama, Bahrain, from March 11th to 15th, 2023. The report of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union at the Parliamentary Forum at the UN High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development in New York, New York, United States of America, on July 18th, 2023. The report of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union at the 147th IPU Assembly and related meetings in Luanda, Angola, from October 23rd to 27th, 2023, and the report of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union at the parliamentary meeting on the occasion of the 68th session of the Commission on the Status of Women in New York, New York, United States of America, from March 12th to 13th, 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je remercie l'honorable député.
I thank the honourable member.
Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following reports of the Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association bilateral mission to Cameroon, Yaoundé, Cameroon, from November 13th to 17th, 2023, and report of the Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association observation mission on the margins of the Africa Union Summit in Ethiopia and bilateral mission to the United Republic of Tanzania, Addis Ababa, Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, and Zanzibar from February 16th to 23rd, 2024.
The honourable member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the interest of time, I have 5 reports to present on behalf of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group in both official languages. The first is to Indianapolis, Indiana, from August 13th to 16th, 2023. Toronto, from August 20th to 2023. Report to Washington, D.C., November 14 and 15, 2023. Raleigh, North Carolina, from December 6th to 9th, 2023. And Albany, New York, February 27th to 28th, 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other reports from interparliamentary delegations? Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member from Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Breast Cancer Screening Guidelines.
The honourable member from Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food entitled Improving the Resilience of Canada's Horticulture Sector. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requested the government table a comprehensive report to this comprehensive response to this report, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank all the witnesses that were involved, all the stakeholders, and there are some really good recommendations that we would encourage the government to move on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the best to my colleagues this summer.
I thank the honourable member. I understand there's a dissenting report. The honourable member from Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there was some very important recommendations in this report about the horticulture sector, but there were some things that were missing. And yesterday I had the opportunity to visit Carleton Mushroom Farms not far outside of Ottawa, and they spent $170,000 in the carbon tax last year alone, and we know 44% of produce growers are selling at a loss. One of the recommendations that wasn't included or removed from this report was the importance of approving Bill 234 unamended, because the amendment removes the carbon tax carve-out for greenhouses and mushrooms farms, which will cost them more than $300 million by 2030.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member from Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage entitled Safe Sport in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this is a report that everyone should read because it tells us about the deplorable state of safety in sport in Canada. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government take a comprehensive response to the report. Thank you.
I understand there is, and I thank the honourable member, I understand that there is a dissenting report. The honourable member from Saskatoon Grasswoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I do have a dissenting report on behalf of the Conservative members on the committee in both official languages. The fact that this report is being tabled more than 2 years after the original Hockey Canada scandal broke, it shows that this Liberal government does not take this issue seriously at all. We think Sport Canada has failed to hold the national sporting organizations to account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to wish everyone on both sides of the aisle a happy summer.
I thank the honourable member from Saskatoon Grasswoods for that very kind wish. The honourable member from Kitchener South, Hespeler. Excusez-moi.
I understand that the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue has a point of order. Yes, for the report that is being discussed right now, I would also like to state that the Bloc Québécois is submitting a supplementary report to the fact that the study lasted more than 2 years. And I also wanted to put forth the fact that one of the motions, the honourable member is he knows that he needs to request unanimous consent to table that report. So I would ask the member to request unanimous consent. Yes, Mr. Speaker, would it be possible to have unanimous consent to be able to table a supplementary report linked to the Safe Sport report? To all those who oppose to the tabling of the motion, please say nay. Yes, please. Thank you, rather. And so they heard the wording of the motion, and those who oppose to the motion say no. It is carried. Please go ahead, member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. So what I am saying is that it took 2 years for the report to be done after I tabled the motion about Safe Sport. But what I would like to say is that everyone worked very hard, and there is a recommendation to carry out an independent inquiry on Safe Sport everywhere in Canada. That is one of the committee's recommendations, and I hope that the government will take note of it and move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, the honourable member for Kitchener South, Hespeler.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Science and Research entitled Incorporating Indigenous Knowledge and Science in Canadian Research and Policy Development.
pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And may I extend my best wishes to all members of this House for a wonderful summer at home with your constituents.
Thank you.
Thank the honourable member for her kind wishes. The honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 20th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade in relation to the motion adopted on Thursday, June 13, 2024, regarding the duty-free industry in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you very much, and I wish everybody a wonderful summer.
Thank the honourable member for the kind wishes. The honourable member from Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 25th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disability, entitled Promoting and Encouraging Intergenerational Volunteerism. Mr. Chair, this is a crisis that the nation needs to deal with. And pursuant to the Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
The honourable, I thank the honourable member. The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country, I understand, is rising to present a dissenting report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of Conservatives, I'm tabling a supplementary report in both official languages on the report promoting and encouraging intergenerational volunteerism. During its study, the committee repeatedly heard from witnesses who serve vulnerable members of their community about the impact that inflation and the rising cost of living is having not only on their needs in their community, but their ability to recruit and retain volunteers. In fact, the Central Okanagan Food Bank from my community of Kelowna Lake Country told the committee that they knew of seniors who were no longer able to volunteer because they had to go back to work. We even heard how some volunteers had to stop volunteering due to the rising cost of transportation. The benefits of intergenerational volunteerism are tremendous. However, without a government that promotes tackling inflationary deficits and the affordability crisis in this country, Canada's not-for-profit, volunteer and charity sector cannot truly overcome the challenges they are facing in recruiting and retaining volunteers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present in both official languages the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology in relation to Bill C-352, an act to amend the Competition Act and the Competition Tribunal Act. This was, members will recall, a private member's bill by the leader of the NDP. The Bloc Liberal Coalition proceeded to delete every clause, including apparently the offensive title of the bill. So I am reporting back on behalf of the committee a blank piece of paper, because that's what's resulted from these amendments for consideration in the House. Wow. So I am pleased to report that this bill now no longer has a clause in it, much like the blank slate or the blank commitment of Liberals on their promises.
I thank the honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's. The honourable member from Scarborough, Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, in the interest of time, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following two reports. The 12th report entitled A Time for Change, Reforming Defence Procurement in Canada, and the 13th report entitled Providing Aid to the Civil Power, Disaster Relief, and the Canadian Armed Force Domestic Operations. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive report, a response to each of the two reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for the report. And I understand that there's a dissenting report from the honourable member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Conservatives on the Defence Committee are submitting dissenting reports and opinions on both of the reports from the committee. As we learned at the procurement study, the global threat environment is increasingly precarious, and the decision by the government to cut $1 billion a year over the next 3 years from the defense budget is unconscionable. And so we're asking that the government reverse that budget cut. We're also asking for more leadership coming from the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office. We believe that we have to have more ministers that are actually in control and accountable. That includes having a secretary within the PCO and a Prime Minister that actually takes this seriously. And so we are asking on the Prime Minister to designate one minister to be ultimately accountable for all defense procurement. And we're also calling on the government to grant members of the Defense Committee classified defense-related information and clearances so that we can do a better job of oversight and accountability. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd also just want to say on the issue of aid to civil power, which we also talked about, one of the important messages that we did hear when the committee was meeting that while Part 4 of the National Defense Act does outline that CAF is responsible or can provide aid to civil power, it is always should be the force of last resort. That aid, that it's ultimately the responsibility of provincial, municipal, and territorial governments to provide protection, and they need to invest more in mitigation and response assistance. We also know the Canadian Armed Forces are dealing with a retention and recruitment crisis, which General Eyre was very blunt in his assessment. He said the demand signal for those primary tasks we're responsible for is only increasing. However, our readiness to do that is decreasing due to the part of the incessant demand of these types of domestic operations. Therefore, we're asking again that the budget cut be reversed and restore the $2.7 billion that was announced in September 2023. And we also say that we want to see Private Members Bill C-386 from the member of Caribou Prince George, an act respecting the establishment and award of a Special Service Medal for domestic and emergency relief operations, be accepted by the government and concurred in, and that we can recognize those Canadians who step up and participate in domestic operations like disaster assistance, pandemic relief, and other avenues, and recognize their contributions. And also we are saying, Mr. Speaker, that there should be an increase in youth involvement and aiding and assisting in civilian volunteer disaster relief.
Thank the honourable member. Any more reports from parliamentary committees? Introduction of Private Members Bill. The honourable point of order. Point of order, the honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This is with respect to a bill that I have placed on the notice paper just yesterday, and because today is the last day, I'm asking for unanimous consent to introduce the bill that is currently on the notice paper, entitled An Act to Establish a National Framework to Improve Food Price Transparency, notwithstanding the usual notice period.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Framework to Improve Food Price Transparency. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank colleagues. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been struggling with the high cost of food for more than 2 years now. They've been struggling while corporate grocery giants have made record profits and continue to use their market dominance to stifle competition. In response, and as the NDP's food price inflation critic, I've responded by getting the Agriculture Committee to look at this issue and hold rich grocery CEOs to account. As a result of that work, one of the committee's recommendations was to adopt a standardized approach to unit pricing labeling practices in the grocery sector to assist Canadian consumers in making informed decisions in their purchasing. Today, I'm pleased to rise and introduce the National Framework for Food Price Transparency Act. This legislation will require the Minister of Industry, in consultation with the provinces, to develop a national framework on grocery pricing, unit display practices, transparency on price increases, and promoting unit pricing education to consumers across Canada. There will also be a requirement for the Minister to table a report in Parliament so that we can keep the government accountable on the framework. This bill is an important legislative measure to hold grocery giants accountable. I hope all members will join me in supporting it. Thank you very much.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Point of order, I recognize the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope and believe you will find unanimous consent for the following: that notwithstanding any standing, special order, or usual practice of this House, a bill entitled An Act to Recognize the National Livestock Brand as a Symbol of Canada and the Role of the Western Frontier Culture in Building Our Nation be deemed to have been placed on notice on Monday, June 17th, 2024, in the name of the member for Battle River Crowfoot, provided that it be eligible to be introduced and read a first time during the rubric of introduction of private members' bills during routine proceedings this day.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Mr. Couric, seconded by Mr. McLean, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Recognize the National Livestock Brand as a Symbol of Canada and of the Role of the West and Frontier Culture in Building Our Nation. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to introduce my private member's bill today to recognize the national livestock brand as a national symbol in Canada. I want to thank my honourable colleague, the member from Calgary Centre, for seconding this bill, and his constituency happens to be the home of the Calgary Stampede. This act, which I hope to see many of you there in a couple of weeks. This act seeks to recognize a national livestock brand as an official symbol of Canada. This is meant to acknowledge and promote the role Western and frontier heritage has played in building our nation. Not only in Western Canada, but the role of agriculture, animal husbandry, and the role that pioneers have played in building our entire country from coast to coast. It would be fitting to have a livestock brand as a Canadian national symbol. For many, a livestock brand holds heraldic significance and is used as a cultural symbol, and this bill would give credit to so many, past and present, that have spent their lives building Canada. Livestock brands also have historical significance with Indigenous peoples across Canada, particularly on the prairies. It is time that we recognize the work pioneers, farmers, ranchers, Indigenous peoples have done in building our economy and our communities. This bill aims to do just that, recognize the importance of Canada's Western and frontier heritage by adding this livestock brand to our inventory of national symbols that include the maple tree, hockey and lacrosse, the Canadian tartan, among others. I hope that all members will support this bill and the recognition that it brings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Couric, seconded by Mr. McLean, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. I see that the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order. My apologies. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Morris, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Referendum Act. This... Oh, hold on. I would prefer to have Mr. Morris do it because the member from Beaches East York is not online, nor is he present.
Willowdale is my official seconder.
Super. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Sassy, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Referendum Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to put forward this private member's bill. C'est un projet de loi, éminent de députés.
Now, a private member's bill here, and the private member's bill that I have is an act to amend the Referendum Act.
And in Canada, referendums are not typically used, and one reason a referendum is so difficult to use, and my private member's bill attempts to remedy that, is that you can only put forward a referendum under our current law for a constitutional question and not on the same ballot with a federal election, which of course is far more cost effective to have them run together. So this opens up some possibilities as a private member's bill. I think it's long overdue, and I hope that it will achieve the support of all parties in this place in a nonpartisan effort, which is why I was so keen to have a member of another party join me in seconding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madame May, appuyée par Monsieur.
Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Isasi, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet.
When will this bill be read a second time?
Bravo. À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
I see that the honourable member from Willowdale is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion on the dire situation in Sudan. The short motion reads as follows: that the House recognize that the conflict in Sudan has displaced over 10 million civilians, has resulted in an unprecedented level of gender-based violence, and is causing one of the largest famines in decades, where civilians in Darfur are suffering the most dire consequences, including ethnically targeted mass killing and sexual violence. Publicly support the UN Security Council Resolution 2736, adopted last week, that urged civilian protection, demanded the RSF end its siege on al-Fashir, and called for all members of the international community to halt the transfer of arms to Sudan, and finally, to urge the government to work with partners to open humanitarian corridors, support international initiatives to hold the perpetrators and external enablers accountable, and to ramp up immediate humanitarian relief for Sudanese civilians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Moving on to the introduction of private members' bills. The honourable member for Lambton, Ms. Rood, seconded by Mr. Seaback, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Hours of Work of Flight Attendants. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been traveling across this country, and we've heard for years from flight attendants that flight attendants in Canada are not paid until their aircraft is in motion. This is unfair and puts many women and diverse Canadians at a disadvantage. Conservatives believe that people should be paid for the work that they do. Right. That is why today I am honoured to table the Flight Attendants Fairness Act. This bill will make changes to the Canada Labour Code to require airlines to pay flight attendants for the work they do before, during, and after a flight. The lack of action from the government on this matter proves once again that NDP Liberals are all talk while Conservatives take action and provide common sense solutions.
Here, here. Ms. Rood, seconded by Mr. Seaback, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? One of you got this right. At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Rood, seconded by Mr. Richards, moves for leave to introduce a bill, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, campgrounds. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, Canada is home to over 5,600 campgrounds that are enjoyed by over 70% of Canadians who actively participate in outdoor and wilderness activities. These businesses employ over 140,000 Canadians, and they operate on very thin margins, making reinvestment for their facilities and upkeep hard to manage. My riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex is home to many campgrounds, and I've heard from people across this country that they're being treated unfairly as small seasonal businesses. The story is universal. After 9 years of the NDP Liberal government, life is unaffordable, and Canadian small businesses, they deserve a break. So that is why I'm glad today to table an act to amend the Income Tax Act for campgrounds. This change proposed in the bill will allow campgrounds extra capital to use towards conservation, facilities maintenance, managing wildlife, recovery from the elements, and increasing services to their campers. Once again, Conservatives are providing common sense solutions that will cut back on punishing taxes, help grow our small businesses like campgrounds, and give Canadian families more opportunity to enjoy the great outdoors.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Ms. Rude, seconded by Mr. Richards moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? Oh, this is great. We got two now. This is great. At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Dalton, seconded by Mr. Giovanni, moves for leave to introduce a bill, an act to amend the criminal code of arson, wildfires, and places of worship. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm tabling legislation to protect Canada's forests and places of worship from arson. My bill, the Anti-Arson Act, will create two new offences in the criminal code. The first offence increases the maximum sentence for causing a wildfire to 18 years and for subsequent offences to 18 years. After 9 years, this Liberal NDP government has failed to protect Canadians from the rising threat of wildfires. Over half of wildfires are human-caused. Many of these fires are ignited by arsonists, from Nova Scotia to British Columbia and everywhere in between. These fires have led to evacuations, destruction of private and public property, expensive firefighting costs to the taxpayer, increased carbon emissions, and significant health repercussions from smoke. The second offense introduces a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison for a first offense and a 7 years for repeat offenses to a damage of a place of worship by fire or explosion. Over 100 churches have been burned, desecrated, or vandalized since 2021. Last month, the Jewish synagogue Skyra Stek in Vancouver suffered an arson attack, leaving community members shocked and horrified. In Peterborough, a mosque was torched by an arsonist and suffered tens of thousands of dollars in damages. Ex-President Kenzu Abdullah states that the issue needs to be taken seriously by all levels of government, and the crime should carry a serious enough consequence to potentially deter arsonists. Churches, mosques, synagogues, and temples are more than buildings. These places of worship are where Canadians go to find strength, fellowship with God and others. Pyro-terrorist attacks are an assault on their entire faith community and undermine Canadians' sense of security and freedoms. Canadians of any faith should never wake up to find out their sanctuary has been criminally destroyed. Conservatives will defend your freedom of worship and assembly from pyro-terrorism. Thank you.
Mr. Dalton, seconded by Mr. Giovanni, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. My gosh, this is a great end of session. Moving on to first reading of Senate Public Bills. The honourable member from Simcoe North. Oh, I'm sorry, let me say Mr. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill S-258, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, reporting on unpaid income tax, be now read a first time. The honourable member from Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this chamber to introduce a bill from the Senate, Senator Down. This bill will do three things. It will amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act to require that the Canada Revenue Agency list all those individuals who have been convicted of tax evasion, whether here or abroad. It will require the CRA to publish on every 3 years the tax gap, which is the amount of money that the CRA believes it is owed versus what it receives, and it will require the CRA to provide more information to the Parliamentary Budget Officer so that that office can do a better job in reporting on the tax gap. I would like to thank the Senator for his wonderful work. This is the third time the bill has been introduced, the second time in this chamber. It was narrowly defeated in the 42nd Parliament. Parliament, but I believe we have the votes with all opposition parties, as we did last time, to make this bill law. And I'd like to thank the member from Calgary Rocker Ridge, who has done an excellent job on this file as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? Hey, this is great. At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Petitions. The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring to the House's attention a petition that has been signed by members of my community that bring the issue of severe clashes between the military and insurgents that are continuing in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Specifically, they are highlighting the fact that an escalation in violence in Eastern Congo has resulted in a desperate humanitarian situation. In addition to that, there are vulnerable women and children, many orphaned by this war, that are living in extreme poverty in camps. And they are calling on the Government of Canada to provide humanitarian aid for the children suffering in Eastern DRC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise briefly to present 3 petitions. The first recognizes that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned us repeatedly that rising temperatures over the next 2 decades, if left unabated, will bring, in their words, quote, widespread devastation and extreme weather. They go on to note that the summer of 2023 was the hottest 3 months globally on record. They note that over the past decade, 85% of warming from greenhouse gases comes from burning fossil fuels, that the oil and gas sector is the largest emitter in the country, and that the federal government back in 2021 committed to an oil and gas cap. Petitioners then called on this government to move forward immediately with a bold emission cap for the oil and gas sector that is comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving an interim and science-based target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The next petition I'd like to present, the petitioners note it's with respect to safety for truck drivers. In 2020, the Canadian Council for Motor Transportation Administrators issued Standard 16 with respect to entry-level training under the National Safety Code. As part of this, provinces and territories are meant to implement these, but only 5 have done so to date. And as a result, the training requirements vary widely across the country, and there's a bit of a patchwork of training requirements as a result. Petitioners note that nearly 2,000 Canadians are killed and 10,000 injured in collisions involving commercial trucks, with most victims being occupants of other vehicles, and that the federal government can issue regulations to ensure more uniform road safety requirements. Petitioners then have 3 calls. First of all, to establish a national mandatory training standard as mandated by Standard 16 and implemented by all provinces through federal legislation or regulation, to then mandate that each province and territory be obliged to ensure that their trainings comply with this standard, and that each province and territory be obligated to oversee and enforce this universal standard for all commercial truck drivers using the roads. The last petition, I'll be brief, is from folks across Waterloo Region who call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Middle East, which would include the release of all hostages and political prisoners. They call on an embargo on the provision of munitions and weaponry to Israel. They call for continued funding for UNRWA, for recognizing the Israeli blockade and continued attacks on innocent civilians in Gaza. They call for this House to work towards Palestinian statehood, for an end to the occupation of Palestinian land, and for this House to call for the support of the work of the ICJ and the International Criminal Court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. I'd like to remind all members, I see at least 5 members. We have 11 minutes to go. I hope that we can be able to do this forthwith. The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions to table. The first petition I'm tabling states, to be brief, brain cancer in 2023 affected 3,200 Canadians and claimed the lives of 2,500. Vorasidenib is a life-extending medication currently only available in the United States and remains inaccessible to Canadians. And the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to improve access to brain cancer treatments by empowering Health Canada to expedite use of patient and laboratory in vitro data to expand access to drugs for brain cancer treatment where clinical trials are not feasible, and develop a regulatory model that permits the approval of brain cancer treatment medications that can extend patients' lives. The second petition is with respect to pulmonary arterial hypertension, which is a rare life-threatening condition. Recent results from the STELLAR clinical trials offer new hope for patients, and the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to urge Health Canada to approve sotatercept, a significant milestone in the treatment option for PAH, without further delay. And on the same topic of pulmonary arterial hypertension, the petition talks about patients needing timely access to new therapies, and therefore they're calling on the federal government to allocate funding now to the provinces so that new treatments can be made available quickly to Canadians living with this rare disease, and that the federal government makes a holistic approach to rare diseases that include early detection and prevention, timely and equitable access to evidence-based care, enhanced community support, and promotion of innovative research. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm going to just try to help members out who do have to leave right away. The honourable member from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Petitioners in my riding want to remind the government that it pledged $5 billion in the 2021 Fall Economic Statement to help British Columbia recover from unprecedented disasters. To date, only 40% of that funding has been delivered. I, on behalf of petitioners, remind this House that the Port of Metro Vancouver was cut off from the rest of Canada. Every major road connecting British Columbia to the rest of Canada was cut off. There were hundreds of thousands of acres of burnt forest. The government, the petitioners are calling upon the government to deliver these funds that were promised in the Fall Economic Statement to help British Columbia properly recover, at no help to the NDP member who heckled me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member. The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition in opposition to these Liberals' capital gains tax hike. The petitioners note that this capital gains tax hike would strain healthcare resources, limit access to affordable housing options, exacerbate financial challenges for farmers, and compromise retirement savings for Canadians. Accordingly, the petitioners call on the Minister of Finance to scrap this punitive tax hike on doctors, home builders, small businesses, farmers, and the retirement savings of Canadians.
Member, and I wish him a happy summer. The honourable member from Lakeland.
Today, I'm proud to present a petition for thousands of Canadians who call on the government to stop its divisive anti-energy, anti-private sector, top-down Bill C-50 Just Transition agenda that will cause fuel and power shortages and even more energy poverty while hurting Canada's standard of living. The NDP Liberals' so-called Just Transition will hike the cost of living in urban and rural Canada. It will kill 170,000 Canadian oil and gas jobs, displace 450,000 direct and indirect jobs, and threaten the jobs of 2.7 million Canadians across all provinces in energy, manufacturing, construction, transportation, and agriculture. It will especially harm remote, rural, Indigenous, and resource-based communities, provinces, and regions, blue-collar and lower-income workers, and Indigenous and diverse Canadians who will face higher job disruptions and have more challenges finding new opportunities because they work in Canada's oil and gas sector at a much higher rate than other sectors. The NDP Liberal agenda to phase out Canadian oil and gas compromises Canadian energy and national security. So Canadians across 7 provinces and 2 territories call on the government to stop their unjust transition and instead value private sector-led energy transformation through technology, not taxes, instead of government central plans and subsidies to bring home Canadian energy jobs, technology, and investment, which benefit all Canadians in every city, town, and region. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
We have three more presentations. The Honourable, we'll go to the East Coast. The Honourable Member from Coast of Bays, Central, Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to present a petition on behalf of Katerina Gavrilyuk, formerly of Kiev, Ukraine, who now resides in St. John's, Newfoundland, and nearly 1,000 people that signed her petition, which calls on the Prime Minister to live up to his promise, which he made on January 10th, 2023, to deliver the National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile System to Ukraine. So I never met this individual. I reached out and I asked, well, why did you seek out me to present your petition? And Mr. Speaker, she sent me back in a message. Firstly, your party has been a steadfast supporter of Ukraine, consistently advocating for sanctions against Russia and delivering crucial military aid. This strong stance aligns perfectly with our goals at Assistance Ukraine. So I'm very happy to be able to help Assistance Ukraine and present our position. Thank you.
Let's go to the centre of the country. The Honourable Member from Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 43rd time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is overwhelmed with alarming levels of crime because of this Liberal government's soft-on-crime laws like Bill C-5 and Bill C-75. Jail has become a revolving door for repeat offenders, as Bill C-75 allows violent offenders to be in jail in the morning and be back on the street the same day. Bill C-5 allows criminals to serve their sentences from home. The people of Swan River are calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. As the Honourable Member knows, experienced member, that we're not supposed to indicate whether or not we support or not the petition, but I understand that. The Honourable Member from Simcoe North, and hopefully we'll be able to get everybody in. I think we'll be able to do this if he is brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have one petition to table today. It is about, on behalf of residents who are upset with Parks Canada's decision to abandon the replacement of the Boundary Road Swing Bridge, which was in place since 1902. The Boundary Road Swing Bridge provides essential route of transportation that residents of Bolsover use on a regular basis. It is also more efficient for first responders and is better for the environment. Parks Canada once promised to replace the bridge, took the bridge out, and has now abandoned the project. These petitioners are requesting that the government immediately reinstate the heritage asset listing for the Boundary Road Spring Bridge and resume the repair of this bridge immediately. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Simcoe North for being so brief. The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, please forgive me before my petition. I just have to say, go Oilers! Sorry. Now I will turn to my petition. The petitioners are very concerned for the habitat of the threatened marbled murrelets. These are birds that are covered by the Migratory Birds Convention Act. And summarizing the petition, they call on the government to immediately protect all the critical old-growth habitat of this rare bird. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Member for being so brief. I was going to say the Honourable Member from Brandon Source. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by over 100 persons calling for the elimination of the Liberal carbon tax on home heating.
Hear, hear.
When the Liberals provided the carbon tax relief to Canadians living in areas where their polling numbers were dropping, they showed their true colours. It's clear they believe in two types of Canadians, some that get rewarded for voting for them and others that must pay for their costly policies.
Shame.
The reality is the carbon tax is impacting all Canadians, contributing to higher prices and making life less affordable for everyone, not just on home heating, but in other ways as well. In Westman, the cost of food soaring, Samaritan House Food Bank saw almost 50% increase in hampers they gave out, reaching a total of $36,000. Skyrocketing fuel costs are making it more difficult for those who live along long distances from a grocery store or medical services. And finally, I've presented several petitions representing hundreds of Westman residents fed up with the high cost of living. It's time to axe the tax so Westman residents can afford to buy food, fuel up, and heat their homes.
Here, here.
And I'm going to recognize one last member, it seems, and I think you'd find it appropriate if I said he's used to saying bring it home. So the honourable member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if there would be unanimous consent for me to just finish tabling my petitions today. Just the first 10, Mr. Speaker.
Doesn't have unanimous consent. The honourable member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park.
Mr. Speaker, the first petition is in support of a very simple moral proposition that it is always wrong to kill a child. Petitioners are presenting this in the context of proposals for extending euthanasia to infants. Petitioners are strongly opposed to that petition, and they call on the House to reject any proposals recognizing that it is always wrong to will the death of a child. The next petition is in support of Bill C-257, a bill that would protect freedom of expression in Canada by adding political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. The next petition that I'm tabling is in support of a private member's bill that I have put forward on getting weapons to Ukraine. It calls on the government to immediately follow through on long-delayed promises regarding military support for Ukraine, to send any surplus military equipment to Ukraine on an urgent basis, Mr. Speaker.
If the honourable member has one last petition, I'll be happy to. He's already gone 30 seconds over.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My final petition notes that after 8 years, it's clear that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. The failed Prime Minister and his failed NDP Liberal government has increased the cost of everything and failed to take responsibility for their failures. Crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder are filling our streets due to the failed policy of this Prime Minister. Petitioners call on the government to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, Mr. Speaker. That is the petition. Let's bring it home.
I thank the honourable member, and this brings in the end of petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions on the order paper today will be the following questions be answered. 2651, 2652, 2654, 2658 to 2670, 2672, 2678, 2683, 2685 to 2687, 2690 to 2692, and 2697. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 2653, 2655 to 2657, 2671, 2673, 2674, 2676 to 2682, 2684, 2688, 2689, 2693 to 2696, 2698, and 2699 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed, and so carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Particular point, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Thank the honourable member. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So agreed. Oh. Colleagues, let me wish you all a really great time back in your ridings. J'espère que vous allez pas.
I hope you will be spending time with your families, your loved ones, and everyone back home. I will see you in the fall.
01. Comme il est 18h.
It being 6:01. Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House stands adjourned until Monday, September 16th, 2024 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1. Have a good summer.